And good morning and welcome to the final day of our strategic planning meeting for December 13th, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in the public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, FOIP 41. So with that, we will reconvene and kind of start where we left off, and I'm looking towards administration to kind of create a bit of a summary or a bit of an agenda for us as we go forward. And I see that there's a whiteboard in front of us, and the parking lot didn't leave, did it?
I still have it.
Okay, good, because I believe there was one item on there that we did not talk about, and that was the recreation agenda. But please start.
Okay, good morning. So I spent some time not only going through some of the numbers, but really contemplating what we need as a team out of today. And administration is here to serve council and make sure that council is comfortable with everything that's in the budget. Also, there's nothing in the budget that isn't driven by council, either motion or discussion at the strategic planning committee levels. So what administration would like to do today is just go through a bit of the high level again and talk about, you know, where the dollars come from to fund capital and how these things wash out. And then we're gonna get some down to some of the specifics that seem to be the discussion points that still need some decisions from council or some direction from council to administration, so that administration can ensure that the work plan for 2025 is exactly what council wants to accomplish in this term, in this fiscal year. So first of all, Jana, can I get you to go to the S drive? And the very first, just a second, I just gotta make sure which. The project by fund category. Summary. Oh, sorry, the first folder is quick shares. Thank you. And then the last, if you sort by date, it's one of the last ones I was working on last night. Oh, yep. Okay, scroll down to the capital expenditures line. It's kind of the total at the bottom. Oh, sorry, that's not the same one I have. Can we go back to the folder? Sorry. Can you sort by date and just click on the date modified at the top there? Okay, that one. Is that the one we were in? Yes. Okay, try again. So at the bottom in row 215 is capital expenditures, no? Oh, see, this is what happens when I work from home sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna save this again in there. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, read only. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that row 215 is the capital expenditures. Now, over the 10-year period, that's $469 million, and that's increased quite a bit over the last year, 10-year. There's projects that have been added, and so just as an overall big summary, that means the county would need to have funding for capital projects of $46.9 million a year over the next 10 years. Now, of course, some of that comes from outside sources. So the total required from tax revenue is $377,000. It's from restricted surplus and unidentified funding. So those are the two rows underneath it that but even at that, that's $37 million a year. And in the current year, in 2025, or the next fiscal year, the budget is generating 17.7. Now, there's different ways to do this, and I just want to make sure that we're all clear on what is coming out of those tax dollars. You're funding the operations of those programs and services in the operating budget, but we're also funding those projects that are not capital items to Clearwater County. So one of them is the $1.4 million to the gas project to Nordegg. And in my opening agenda item, there were several things that were like project related. One of them's the community halls, all the dollars that are going into there. The other's the historic mine site that are not what you would call typical operating costs, but they're coming out of the operating budget, and thereby decreasing the amount of dollars that is coming available to fund capital projects. And again, the standard services are costing, Jana, can I get you to go up? So there's grants, other revenue, and then restricted surplus, annual expenditures supporting standard services. And just click on the plus sign that's to the left, just above it, just above the restricted surplus standard services. If you go down the third one, yeah. No, next one down. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that one. So just take a little scroll down there, Jana, and I just want to show the amount of projects that are supporting those standard services. And I think we glazed over it a little in the last couple of years just because those are clearly priorities of council, and it feels like it's not a significant work plan, but it is a significant work plan. There are just let me do a quick count on how many projects that is. 85 projects in that standard services, and some of them are annual. So it's a big work plan that requires about $18 million of funding a year. The other things are the land development, the facilities, the operations, restricted surplus, and the non-annualized projects. And those are those big projects that are one-offs every 40 or 50 years, or not annualized. So I think where administration just needs a little more direction is that if the work plan stays the same in 2025, there are projects that are begun in 2025 and 2026 moving forward, that by the end of 2027, to finish all the projects that are started, debt will be required or a large tax increase. I mean, we could also put in there that, you're gonna see some savings in operations every year, and that's that additional surplus that gets allocated. And this organization might be fortunate enough to continue to have 4% a year to do that. But if they don't, is that the best way to plan? So the kind of the couple of projects I think that CAO Emmons wants to walk through today a little bit is the solid waste facility and the Nordegg development, just because administration doesn't want any surprises for council 3 years from now and say, oh, to finish, there needs to be debt if this council doesn't agree as a whole that that's where they want to be. And I'm not saying that's the only way to fund this. There is ways to do this with increased tax revenue also. So, but I think I'll turn it over to Mr. Emmons and have him kind of walk through those couple of bigger project areas.
Thank you, Ms. Serhan. Good morning, Strategic Planning Committee, Council, Committee of the Whole. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
The two items that were discussed the heaviest in the last couple of days seemed to me were Nordegg and the Central Station. So I've identified those two items, put them up on the board. The parking lot definitely wasn't lost. Administration took a picture of it and emailed it out to the leadership team so that those items are captured and not forgotten, so that I could reuse the board. So the first one, administratively, as Ms. Serhan's pointed out, everything in this budget is a result of direction or motion or resolution by this council, as these two items, but did hear discussion on these two items, and administration truly wants to bring them back and ensure there is comfort with the majority of council. And I say that with intent. No budget will ever meet the satisfaction of every individual on every line item. It just won't. There's too many topics, too many items, and so we move by the majority of council. So saying that, Nordegg, this council has been quite aggressive in the development of Nordegg. Wanted to bring out a bit of a conversation on that, paint a bit of a picture, and see if administration needs to shift with new direction of council, or if council's happy with the way Nordegg's proceeding. So the old philosophy, pros and cons. The old philosophy was adopted back in the day because it was a brand new initiative. This had never been tried. Nordegg was a gift from the province of Alberta, and the council of the day wanted to ensure that it was mitigating the risk for the taxpayers of Clearwater County. That philosophy stayed true for a couple decades. So that being, a phase would be developed. When 75% of those lots were sold, the next phase would be developed. The positive of that strategy was it created a nest egg, a reserve for the next phase. The negative, as we heard from the community, was the amount of time it took to develop Nordegg. Because we were always waiting for a phase, and it had to be that phase somebody was interested in. For example, if we developed residential and we had somebody knocking on planning's door saying, I'm interested in building a car wash, well, that's commercial and we haven't got to that phase yet. It did slow development, but it also made managing the finances and the risk more manageable. So through decades, there was enough comfort in the development of Nordegg, there was enough security, I'm assuming. Council felt speeding up the development, there was minimal risk. So the pros and cons of that. It does speed up development. We have a higher probability of sales because there's more available for an individual to pick from. The negative is you don't have that reserve that you've created from the previous phase to carry on to the next phase. heard some discussions yesterday, wanted to paint that picture, give a bit of a history on the pros and cons of where we're at, and turn it back over to the Strategic Planning Committee for discussion of, is council still comfortable with the new philosophy, or is that to be revisited? Because this budget is set on current direction. The next one, or Madam Chair, would you like it to open up there?
I'll look at, do we want to go from one subject to another, or we just want to go for the high philosophy, well, the two items, and then I think we should talk about the solid waste as well, and then wherever this council leads, we know that both those topics will be.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Discuss.
So the next one, solid waste. So the current direction is a push pit out at the central site, keeping the location where it is, and that's the level of service. That's the budget reflected. Majority of council voted in favor of that, and that's how administration moves. You are the governance. Again, discussion on that service level. I think it's important to note that no decision is needed at this time. The Strategic Planning Committee can recommend this budget to council the way it sits, and more information, whatever that is, more discussion, pros and cons, if needed. If the Strategic Planning Committee feels there isn't enough information, I would welcome those questions, and we can bring it back and have further dialogue in 2025 in preparation going forward. It's too big of a topic to rush and try and corner the Strategic Planning Committee and therefore council and do a corner in making a decision. Whatever we can do to assist there, we do have the time to do that.
All right, so, thank you for that, you were summarizing. So I'll open up the floor. I mean, we've all had a good night's sleep and dreamt all about these projects all night and how things are gonna wave a magic wand and boom, they'll be here tomorrow. And Eric won't have to work. Excuse me. Does anybody have any, want to start the opening? And, okay, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I don't like the statement up there, no discussion or no decision needed at this time for the solid waste. I know that we made a decision yesterday that it was gonna be moved to 26 for the start. I think that's spending money that shouldn't be spent. You're gonna spend $525, over $500,000 next year on a temporary, to do nothing in 2026 except look at it. That's another over $500,000. Maybe start building in 2027, which is another $500,000. So in 3 years, we're gonna take in, it's gonna cost the county on a temporary basis $1.5 million, about $1.6 million. And we're gonna get absolutely not a penny of return on that. Other than maybe some lawsuits of people that fall out there or theft that's gonna happen out there and everything over the next 3 years. If we sit here doing nothing, that's what it's gonna cost this county and get nothing in return for that money spent. I don't even like spending $10 if I don't get at least $1 return. $1.6 million is a lot of money that we could put forward to that. I will get off my soapbox now.
10% somewhere for the money? We're getting 10% investment. That's, sorry. Dollar.
I just think it is so important that we move on the solid waste. If we have to cut some services other places to do that, I think it should be done.
All right, Director Magnus?
Thank you. I just want to add further to Mr. Emmons' comments in regards to this discussion with the central station or solid waste and recycling as a whole. On January 20th, our team will be presenting an agenda item with regards to the implementation of reuse centers, right? I know there's a number of members within this committee and therefore council who are very, would like to see that happen. And we're going to bring back an in-depth review, both from an analytical assessment as a deep dive, okay, in regards to the potential of bringing in a reuse center. So I'm just planting the seed here in regards to the discussion and the decision-making is that is one more factor that needs to be considered in regards to the central station, because as mentioned by Mr. Emmons and ourselves at the last strategic planning committee of the whole meeting, if there is going to be a reuse center placed anywhere, the central would be the most obvious choice. Now, having said that, the current state of the central transfer station, as it sits right now, it cannot accommodate a reuse center. We would have to, if we wanted to leave the reuse center as is, we would need to make some modifications within that central station to some infrastructure changes within that reuse center to accommodate, or within central station to accommodate a reuse center, okay? Of course, Mr. Hansen touched on the fact that with the input from Councillor Cermak, committee member Cermak, on the rig mats. So that's just only one component that would need to be dealt with, along with some further infrastructure changes within the site itself to accommodate it, okay? If you move forward with the current plan on the central, that is then easy enough to incorporate into the design what the reuse center would look like. And that's something, like I just said, can immediately come into the design and engineering to accommodate that. Okay, so this planting the seed for the committee and therefore the council, as it says up there, it's no decision needed at this time, but something to think about as well moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess for where I'm coming from, I believe, like last night I went home and I agree with CO Emmons. I think we need a more thoughtful discussion about central site, you know, where things are going. I think we've had an opportunity. I went through my strategic planning notes from the September and October, and where this council landed on that, and I think maybe we need to have some more thoughtful. I had also made a note that we were going to go do a tour, and that didn't happen. And I think really we need to do a tour. I would love to, and a tour would also encapsulate for me going to see a multi-use building in Penhold, going to see some of these other things that are on our agenda list. So it's not just looking at a waste transfer site, it's looking at some of these that would fall in for the ag rec building, things like that. And I think this council would seeing's believing, seeing the operations, et cetera. So I guess for me, that was one thing I was going to bring up today is, you know, I'm willing to park it and leave what's being presented as is and pass budget, and then in depth in January, February, us go and having a look at some of those things. Versus just kiboshing the whole thing and not really doing our homework on it. So I think it's best for us to put down a bit of a wish list if I want to go see this, especially, you know, you've traveled to different areas that you think that council should be looking at different things. We all traveled to see some of the other municipalities, and maybe that's what we do as a council and administration, is go look at some of this stuff. And I know it's time again, but sometimes those help us make those solid decisions. And we can ask those particular, more in-depth questions when we're on the sites of what's happening there. So that was going to be my suggestion in regards to the solid waste, because I had made that note and I'm like, oh, Should have went for a road trip and incorporated some of the other fun stuff, but anyway. Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve, and maybe I shouldn't say anything because I'm gonna defend a project I don't think we should do, but the council had voted, and I believe in democracy, and the council had voted to do that central site program. Why would the people that wanted that program want to push it a year? Things get more expensive, like, was the program, as it was presented, not something that you truly wanted? Like when the strategic planning committee said, yep, we want to do the program, why isn't that program taking place then? Like, I would like to understand from the people that wanted it, why you would push it a year. Like, what would be the benefit in pushing that program a year? If you wanted it, you voted for it, why are you not wanting to do it next year? If it had such amazing benefit, why wait? It just gets more expensive with inflation to build it. So I know that sounds like I'm then defending your guys' program, but I am legitimately curious, because maybe then there is significant, like, more information that needs to come. But if you had enough information to want the program at a strategic planning meeting, why would you not want it then in 2025? If it's simply a cost issue, then that's one thing, but it's gonna get more expensive delaying the program. So I'm just curious, for the people that wanted the central site, why you would push it and not push to have it done sooner.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Cermak.
I have pushed to have
I know
it
you
done
have, but there's
sooner.
you had three
And-
other people that agree with you.
And the reason that I have pushed it, I have seen central sites, and the one that I really liked was the one in Lethbridge that I went down and seen. It's a bush pit. I couldn't believe the wind that is down there, and the literally no garbage blowing anywhere. Was inside of a building, they pushed it into it, it was tramped down, they pushed another pile, tramped it down. It was amazing. If you've been in Lethbridge, you know how the wind blows there. You know how it looks out here at our landfill. We have people that are picking up garbage pretty much all the time they're out there, because it gets blown out of those bins. I don't know how Lethbridge does it, but it must be that they got compaction trailers or something. They push it into there, they push it down, and it stays there. And at night, they lock the doors, lock the gate, and it's secure. I talked to the guy that was the big head honcho there, and I can't remember his name right now. He said in the 2 years that he's been operating, they have never had a break-in. So just security and the least amount of labor that we have to have there. Why not move it ahead so that we get the preliminaries done this year and start building it next year? It's just a plus, and you save money doing it. It's like Jenny said, it's going to get more expensive the further you push it back. And right now, we've got to push back that you won't start building until at least 27. And you won't have anything in place until 28. That's damn near $2 million on a temporary facility that we know is not the service level that this council wants, as far as I see, because we're always striving for the best service level for our constituents. And I think this is just one big piece of it.
Okay.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Lloyd?
Sorry, and I can recommend I can appreciate how you're recommending to push the project ahead 1 year more than what administration has proposed through this budget as timelines. I also put a high value in the administrative perspective of timelines, fitting everything into budget and the capacity of the organization to take on the responsibility of building that. So that's why I would kind of go with what was presented to us. I'm certainly could be convinced that it would be wise to move that schedule up a year ahead as well. But I think overall, and I'm struggling a bit with some other aspects of our, of our budget too, that I have very limited information on that seem to be a very rapid movement forward. And so I know that there is the capacity in the organization to take on big projects that really haven't been, I don't think have been fully vetted out through all members of council and community. But ultimately, we're at the spot we are, and I think it's a good discussion to have today if we want to see any of these projects prioritized in a different way.
Thank you. And I know for myself, with what was being presented in regards, it was a great idea, but my understanding is, until it gets to a detailed design, we still have influence on how things are jigged and jagged in how it's being presented. So even as we present the budget, it gives a direction on where we want to go. It helps with planning planning of the site, and the CPR program is, for me, is a bit of a priority because, and I'm looking 10 years down, 15 years down the road, and we do have municipal partners, our municipal partner, and where does that land in at some point in time too? Because my understanding is solid waste is going to be more and more of a regional approach in some of this. You know, we did we did get a presentation in regards to County Wetaskiwin's waste to energy. You know, there's that option too. I was thinking last night, if it would lower our operation costs if we, or, you know, lower our landfill by sending one truck a day to Wetaskiwin or to Innisfil. I know there's one in Innisfil, just to help, you know, that longevity of that land sale. So I'm trying to, when I look at the numbers and I look at what's being presented, I think it's a good idea if we don't take into consideration of staying the same is sometimes giving off the idea that we're not invested in the future either. So I guess for me, it's, I would like to do more. I'm fine with no decision, but I'm also fine with, I can, like Councillor Light, I can be convinced to start this 1 year ahead of time too. So, because I see the need. Everybody throws out garbage. So, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I think there are other options here that would not involve wasting millions of dollars. From talking with the taxpayers about this issue, the appetite is not there to spend that amount of money. So some of my thinking is similar to Reeve Swanson's, is that there are other options that have, maybe they've been investigated, but they haven't come to us. So we don't know the impacts of EPR at this point. So for me, fixing a design when there are other options to be considered is not the right approach. For me, I need more information on some of the other options that are out there, and other lower cost ways to achieve the same impacts so that less time is spent picking garbage out of the fence. So that's where I stand of not making a decision at this time. I need more information.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. I just want to make clear that that was not my intent to say that we were not presented options. I believe administration has presented us options. They just presented a concepts of a push pit and, you know, those three options that they believe that works for our county. So I believe administration has presented us the options. I just need to see it. I guess that's where I'm at. I need to, if And I believe that we have this time coming forward in the next year to discover more about what that looks like. So they're the experts in this. I'm no solid waste, and understanding that our ratepayers, they're just the beginning of that process. They're not the end of the process. So as a mother, you know, when the kids put the stuff in the garbage, that's all they see, and we have to take it out and disperse of it, so they don't understand. So that's, I guess, where, you know, where things are going. Did you have a comment back? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, that's one of the reasons I wanted to push it back another year, is to have some more time on that. And the vote I recall was to phase in the spending rather than all at once on a push bid. And that's what I supported as an option to spending it all at once and committing it in a shorter period.
I agree. That was the motion I'd have. Councillor Cermak, and then I'll go to.
I would just like to look at it from another angle here in presenting this. I sat up quite a bit last night thinking about this, because we have push pits right now in our county, and some of them are 40 years old. If you take a $10 million investment and put it over 40 years, that's $400,000 a year. We spend $525,000 on a temporary one a year. That's $125,000 savings, just there. And you got it secure. And you got no mess. And you reduce the amount of labor. Like, to me, it just makes sense to move on it and move as soon as we can, because we're saving money for this county. That money, that extra $500,000, if you only save $500,000 in the next 3 years, that's a project that could be done somewhere else for $500,000 instead of putting it into a temporary facility. So I think a $400,000 investment per year is pretty cheap for a waste facility.
Actually, that number's 250.
Pardon?
That number's
250.
10 million over 40 years is 250,000.
So there, a whole bunch more savings. My math wasn't good this morning. Thank you.
Director Hansen.
Yeah, well, thank you, committee members. I just really wanted to bring back, I know some of the conversations and the comments there that you made, committee member Ratcliffe, there were in regards to the phasing. I'd like to address that because I fielded that question there when we met last. The phasing was described as basically that the earthworks would be completed. You know, you'd go in the preliminary engineering, which that has been basically completed. That's what we brought in our waste experts there, which created the master plan. They spent the entire 2024 creating options and vetting that through administration to see what those advantages are. There's only so many ways to deal with solid waste that have been proven to be effective there in the province of Alberta. This isn't nothing new. There's the technology is available. So when we presented to council those options, you know, we were looking at strictly like a Z wall, which is just, you still require grade separation. So a Z wall is just roll-off bins where you can take bulky items and you back up to a grade separated area where the bin is lower than where your vehicle is sitting. And you throw those bulky items in. It could also be used for household garbage, but it's just less efficient. You don't get near the weight or the capacity. So then, I know we went into the trans stores. So we had a detailed discussion about, you know, everybody has experience with trans stores and how they work. Our fleet managers can tell you what a horrible things they are to work on from a maintenance perspective. They do have their place, but for a modernized 50-year plan for this community, it didn't seem to fit with council's vision of what they wanted to do and see trans stores out there in a barren area, because you do have garbage, you can't control some of the waste that gets blown out of a trans store when it gets windy, for example. So we then provided the option for the push pit, which has an enclosure with a concrete floor. The trailer is now, they're again grade separated, and that also rolled into the discussion that if the destination of the waste were to change, if it were to deal with waste energy or go to Wetaskiwin to be converted into a biodiesel, you have that ability to get that tonnage into a truck, and then that could be easily either directed to our own landfill, or it could be gone to a different source, depending on the desire of council. We know that sending our waste to Wetaskiwin is gonna cost more money, but is it the right thing to do? Is it better for it to create that garbage that can be made into a alternative product, a better fiscally or environmentally responsible thing to do compared to taking it to a landfill? So those discussions were had. And then even from push pit, there's elevated levels of push pit. You get into the lift and load, then the sky's the limit on what you can do with a push pit and how you can start getting into larger facilities, more separation, et cetera. I thought it was a very good, robust, long discussion. We brought in our professionals there. They flew in actually from the coast, I believe. And then we got into the discussion about the phasing. And really the phasing is, we had our selected preferred option, and then the phasing would be that we'd start with the preliminary or the detailed design in 2025, and then they would hit into the earthworks in 2026, and then the building construction would be in 2027. That's how we kind of described what a phased approach would look like. Because when you're dealing with earthworks and grade separation of a project like this, it's not a large footprint it's over 30, 40 acres. This is basically contained within a 4 to 5 acre parcel. So you need to get all that earthworks in place at once. So if you're going to have a combination of a push pit as well as a Z wall, you need to have all that earthworks done at once. And then, we need to have a place for the EPR, the eventual EPR program, as well as the recycling. So, all that earthworks needs to be done in a single phase, and then the construction was the phase 2. As for your comments there about more options, if there's another option that you've heard of that we didn't present, or you felt that we didn't present to you in detail enough, I'd love to know how we can meet your expectation. Because like I say, it was a pretty robust look that we did, and I said we spent a lot of time and money on our engineering resources there to bring council that information. So if we missed the mark, we'd love to know if there was a better idea that we could come back with.
Councillor Cermak?
You did not miss a mark. It was awesome what you brought forth. You give us the information, and I think we chose a great one. And I think you presented it great. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I tend to agree with Councillor Cermak that over a long period of time, we had preliminary discussions about potential solutions for solid waste, and then more detailed solutions, and then, I'm always respectful of council's decision. There was a decision by council to move towards that as a solution. The timeline was left somewhat flexible, and I think that's part of what we're dealing with today. But I guess, having said that, I'm always respectful of council decisions. There are other decisions that have been made, substantial decisions that we're going ahead with in the immediacy. I know the balance of council had the opportunity to fully delve into those decisions. That Facility 15 didn't get that same consideration. So I think if Councillor Ratcliffe is concerned about having a thorough discussion on our facility investment, I feel like I got caught in a time warp by missing one part of a closed session, and that there was some important information that was unable to be disclosed publicly at that time that led to that decision. And I would certainly defer to the balance of council if that's something that should be dealt with in a closed session matter. I won't dig more deeply into that, but it does leave me feeling like a bit of a time warp on that particular decision, so. And actually, that decision was just to bring back a funding strategy, not to actually move ahead with that project. So I'm a little puzzled, but, and one thing we have, a project that has been every possible level of discussion, I believe, that needed to be done, short of actually going out and touring other facilities, was done, and then some of the other, we have a gap the other way, so I can understand how there might be some feeling that we haven't left all stones unturned in the process.
Okay, thank you. I just texted Councillor Northcott's online, and he's not sure if he has his voice or anything, but I just asked if he was able to speak, and he did text me back, but I'll give him the opportunity if he wants to speak to it at this time, or did he just want me to read his text? So,
Hello.
hi, go ahead, Councillor.
Can you guys hear me there? Yeah, I apologize. I can't be there in person. I'm just a little bit under the weather, but I would be in favor of the investment into a new and like a modernized and improved site to have better services for residents and to better manage waste. I'm not 100% sure of the location. I'm not saying that the location's 100% out in my mind, but just a little bit hesitant on the location. The more you invest in that area, the more permanent that location is going to have future development and stuff like that. And if it's not the right location at this time, it just gets harder to change that location the more you invest into that area into the future. But as far as investing into to upgrade that facility, to build a new modernized and improved system there, I would be in favor of that.
Okay, thank you. So I'll look to the deputy. Are you satisfied with some of the comments that we have that have been, or do you have more questions for the balance of the committee? Go ahead.
I am. I just want to know what you guys are deciding to do. You guys know where I stand on this. I just wanted to know where you guys stood on it. Because if I was confused of where you guys stood, I bet you they are. So I wanted to make sure that we understood where all this was going. And I also want to make sure that if Councillor Lougheed wants the opportunity to dig into Facilities 15, that we do that very thing. So I would suggest that the council decides what they're doing with the central site, and then we can move on to talk about facility. Unless you guys want to continue to talk about waste, which I'm happy to do. I just don't know if I need to. Maybe you guys do.
Okay. I guess for myself, I'm wondering as well. I believe the direction from administration is to make sure that we've aired our comments and where we're feeling and in this regard. And again, thank you for everyone for participating in that. And if there's any extra comments that you'd like to share, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, well, the one thing I was thinking about last night was the location. Personally, I have had a few phone calls on the location, and they thought it was an awesome place. Has anybody in our council had phone calls to the negative? Because I think that's important that our constituents like where we're putting that, because I have heard nothing but good things about where it is. They say it's close to our landfill, it's close to town, it's close to our major people that are gonna be using it and everything, and they find it very handy. It's a paved road out there. I have not heard any negatives about it. Maybe administration has had some notifications or something, or some grievances. If they could enlighten, that would be great, because I have heard nothing but positive.
Okay, Director Magnus.
Yeah, I can just comment to that. If this committee recalls, along with council, when we were establishing the solid waste master management plan, an extensive survey was sent out. It reached over 1,200 citizens within the municipality. And one of the questions that was directed to our citizens was the location of that site and whether they were in favor of that site or moving it or having it somewhere else. But if I remember correctly, better than 80% of the respondents preferred that site and did not want to see it moved. And like I said, I think that 80% might have even been higher. But we'll follow up on that. But that was a question asked at that time. And the comments we currently get back in our attendance out there in their casual conversations, we are hearing the same thing. It's predominantly, it's very rare that we hear from anyone saying, make sure you move this site. They like it there, they don't want it moved. They like the setup. There are some challenges with this current with the setup, you know, in regards to that, and we address those as quickly as we can. But the consensus was at the time of the survey, and what we're hearing right now too, is they like the site and do not want to see it moved, if anything, improved upon.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I'm hearing very similar comments. At first, people complained about the site because it was a different location than what they were used to and less convenient. But, you know, most people have adjusted to using that site and honestly see a need for only a few improvements and are relatively happy with the way it is, you know, with some modernization. So that's the feedback I get. I'd like to revisit the numbers on this. The notes I have from yesterday that the annual operating cost, including improvements, is 525,000.
Can you
A year?
give the balance of council what page you're on so that way we can follow up?
These are my notes
Yeah.
that I made from page 80. Where are we?
Yep, the bottom.
Yeah, page 85 it would be.
Or operating?
In capital. It's in capital
In capital.
infrastructure. But these are just the notes I made from discussion yesterday. That the all-in cost for the current site was 525, and that was to writing down the rig mats every 5 years. And that the new site would have an operating cost of $850 a year, plus if we're doing a straight write down of the construction cost would be another $250, so that would be 1.1 in comparison to 525. But I may have written this down incorrectly, so.
Okay, go ahead, Director Magnus.
Okay, so what we can do for this committee, I'll touch base with Reed again. What we'll do is we'll send out an email to each of you, just giving you a breakdown of the yearly cost. What I think you're referring to is the maintenance cost per year that we currently see for that site. That's what you're asking for?
Well,
Right.
the all-in operating,
Yeah, all in operating per year on that site.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. What we'll do is I have the breakdown here, but we can put that out as an email to you as to how we came about with that breakdown. But yeah, long and short of it again, if we can count for labor, equipment, contracted services, security, utilities out at that site, maintenance supplies, the bringing in of gravel, dust suppression, any additional supervision right off the bat, that's just a little over 304,000 a year just on that side of things, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course, taking into account the upkeep of the rig mats itself, we're looking at that as another approximately 50,000 a year. So that you can add on to that. And then there's the indirect costs associated with that in regards to, and I'll get Reed to provide a better explanation behind these, but the tipping fees associated with it coming out of that site and our collection costs, which adds on another 170,000. So that puts us at just a little over 524,000, more or less. Yeah,
that's what I had.
on a year run. Yeah, on that part, on that side of it. So that information was provided to you yesterday. In regards to your 800,000, I'm not entirely sure where you got that, but we can follow up on that. Yeah,
That would be useful.
yeah. So
Thank
we'll
you.
follow up on that, your comment in regards to where that 800,000 came from. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so what I heard is that there will be some more information that will come in the next little, maybe today yet, in regards to the service, the operational costs and going forward. And so with that, we do have another, I don't know if, are we going to just pause this until we get this more information for the discussion, or do we want more discussion on the central site? Or actually, it was asked, Councillor Cermak asked if we had any other residents that were just talking to us about the location. I believe Councillor Northcott said that he was not in favor of the location. Maybe from his end of things. I know I have favorable comments on the location. It's a property we already own, and so therefore they were happy with that. I'm looking to you guys, Councillor Lougheed, please. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Okay, no, I just, the background information there that was given for Mr. Magnus there about the survey results and stuff like that, that was nice information to have. And if that location was desirable by quite a few people, and it does, I would be in favor of that location then.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
And I would just share that I haven't had any direct comments about the site related to this project, but I have had comments around the experience with the existing waste transfer sites. It's used much of the same concept, just on a different scale, and in general, those have been positive comments. The only thing that I get as negative comments on those existing ones is they just aren't open enough. So I think people would appreciate using the facility on a, but that's the kind of comments I've heard back, not that it's served well.
Deputy Reeve, Deputy Reeve, have you had any other residential comments in regards to the location?
With regards to the location, those happened in the beginning when this was a new location, and I mean, change is hard. I haven't had any recently since people have gotten used to that location. And again, all the comments that I've gotten with regards to the current facility has been positive. So that's one of the biggest drivers why I don't necessarily think we need the new facility, because everybody seems pretty pleased with what we have now, which is a testament to how well Public Works is doing out there already. So that should be a compliment to you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Should we just park this until we get more information from Reed?
Director Magnus, could Mr. Williams have some of that information to us today?
Yep, I'm not sure, he might be taking today off, but
Oh,
my question is this something you feel is beneficial in deciding whether you want to move it to 2025, up a year, and being there, or leave it at 26 where it's sitting now? I mean, really, it's just coming down to operational cost. And, you know, it's at the very least, you know, $524,000 a year in terms of operational cost. So do you want to move ahead and start to have the build to, in the future now, to try to have some of those savings occur sooner rather than later, you know, in regards to operational costs? That's the question I would pose to this committee in terms of the decision-making. You feel that will help you in moving it up a year? I'm not necessarily sure that may be the case, but I'll leave it with you to debate.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just a couple of questions that come to mind.
Go ahead.
I had a couple more questions that came to mind. Supposing rig mats was the better solution as compared to asphalt or whatever for continuing a similar operation, what additional cost would there be for rig mats, and what would their lifespan be if we went with treated material instead of just regular lumber?
Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah, we likely wouldn't recommend that the permanent solution be that we use a rig mat as our surface. We would, you know, if the level of service that's desired by the committee, by council ultimately, is that you want just an at-grade service there with tossing recycles and waste into bins, you know, we'd be looking at an asphalt surface would be a much more maintainable, logical solution, I guess, for a surface, right? We would, the rig mats or the access mats, I guess I'll get the terminology right, have been a great temporary solution that's kept everybody out of the mud and nobody's gotten stuck, which is fantastic. But yeah, if it was just gonna be an at-grade service there, then we would likely just use asphalt. That would be our recommendation.
Okay, and if we put a structure like the salt shed over the bigger part of that to keep it out of the weather and reduce the maintenance of the, like, snow clearing or whatever, how much more would that cost?
Yeah, I can't remember if we actually, I think we provided a estimate for an asphalt pad there in the original report. That hadn't been fully vetted out because it was one of the options that were presented, and it might have had an order of magnitude there, but all those types of amenities, like say an additional structure there to put some undercover, I think those have not been vetted out there. That isn't the direction we went after, with the presentation that we provided to council there was, we had our direction of what the level of service was to look like, so we haven't spent any more time looking at an alternative design.
Okay, for me, it would be interesting to see that, how that would look, and even on a 40-year life cycle. But that's just me.
Okay, CEO Emmons?
As Director Hansen has pointed out, that hasn't been fully vetted, but if I may, just knowing the type of structures we're discussing, it would take a few of them to house all of the bins that are out there, not one.
And some would
I'll
probably,
defer to Public Works to say how much the one we do have out there cost, but those tarps are estimated for a life of 15 years, and the cost of those tarps are $250,000.
Estimated at $500,000 replacement for the salt shed.
oh, okay,
So it would take multiple of those type of structures to house all the containers, and every 15 years you'd be looking at $1 million on 2 of them to replace. Respectfully, I'd say it wouldn't be a functional for a permanent facility.
yeah, yeah. But likely all of the bins would not need undercover, you know, some
And
of
that
them.
would be a service level council
Yeah.
would have to define.
Yeah. Okay.
follow-up, or are you
Thanks.
good? Okay, no, Counselor Cermak?
If it doesn't put undue stress on administration to do it, I would like to move it ahead to 2025, so that we get the preliminaries and that all done, and maybe the dirt work done. If that's possible, if not, if we can just get all of it designed and ready to go in 26, I'm okay with that. Because, I mean, even if we do it that way, we're still gonna save a fair chunk of money, and we're gonna get rid of a temporary area that isn't up to the level of service that this county is known for. We don't do stuff temporarily. On very few occasions, I have seen in the 76 years that I've lived in this county, I've never seen them try to do something temporary over a long period of time. It just costs too much money. So if we've got it now that we can do it, let's do it. If it doesn't put too much strain on your department, Mr. Hanson.
Director Hanson?
Happy to address the capacity issue there. We'd fully intended on moving forward with this project in 25 as per council's direction in September. So that was actually engaged in our work plan. We have a lot of great work that was done in the preliminary engineering through the exploration stage. We had those concept designs. Yeah, we're fully prepared to move forward with detailed design in 2025. So it's not a capacity issue.
All right. So with that, I guess it's back at us as far as there's options? Are we pushing it to 2025? Are we advancing it to 2025? Keeping it as presented at 2026? Or
25, let's move ahead.
we're advancing to 2025?
I'm only 1 out of 6.
Yes, you are.
I need some friends. I don't have many.
Me neither.
You're in good company.
I just like saving money, and I see this is a project that we can save some pretty good cash on and convert some of that money to another project. That's what I like about it.
Hello.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, I'd agree with Councillor Cermak.
Okay.
Thanks, Jordan.
There you go. All right, so is this something, I'm looking to administration, we've had the discussion. Would you like me to would you like a motion to this, that this committee recommends to council? Yes?
I will make that motion
Okay, the committee recommends to council
to move it to
to
2025.
advance it to 2025.
As previously stated in our previous first motion.
Okay. I'm looking at the balance of the committee, because it was offered for more information as well. I'm willing to pause to get that information so that we are comfortable and happy in our decision, because that's important as well. So Councillor Ratcliffe, I'll go to you first. You have your light on.
Yes. Okay. For me, I need more information. I believe this will actually cost more than, but I don't have all the evidence for that conclusion. But at this point, it looks like it will cost more than some minor improvements to what's there. The people I have talked to are quite happy with the service level that's there. although they do mention some minor improvements. I think that money can be better spent on other projects that will provide more benefit than doing this one at this time.
Okay, thank you. So we still, okay, so there's a motion, Councillor Cermak made a motion to, that the committee recommends to council that we advance the project, the central waste phased approach to 2025 to start 2025. So I'm just bumping it from 26 to 25, I'm just advancing it. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Lahid?
Yeah, I'll chime in. Of course, I support the project. That's been my approach to this. I know that the question before us is not, will the project go ahead or not? It's, will it go ahead in the immediacy, or we pause for another year in the budget cycle before we start? I can see advantages to advancing that cycle. And what I was going to say before is I sensed that some of the balance of council may have concerns with the decision of council before of the project in total. And so I will be supporting the motion before us because I think it's appropriate and efficient to move the budget cycle ahead, to encompass a work plan earlier rather than later. So that's what I'll be supporting.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion? I am going to be in support of the motion as I have before. I'm looking forward to more information, and even though we're even though we're advancing it one extra year, should it pass, I would still like to ask the administration that we do a road trip. It would be nice to be able to see something in regards to an existing, and what that might look like. So that will be my ask for 2025. All right. If there's no other comments or question, I will call the question. All those in favor of advancing to 2025? Thank you, Councillor Northcott. Those opposed? And the motion's carried. Okay. Clear direction for administration? Okay, all right. So we do, before we get into the next topic, I would like to call a quick break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. and welcome back from our break. Just before we went to break, we were discussing the solid waste item, and we made our motion in the break. I'm going to turn this over to Director Magnus. He has just a little bit more information for us, please.
Thank you, Chair Swanson. Earlier in the discussion regarding Central, Committee Member Ratcliffe brought forward some numbers in regards to yearly operational maintenance cost on that Central site. And we were able to provide him with what it is currently in terms of maintaining that site. And then the question was posed or wanted clarification on future maintenance if we move forward, by moving forward with the push pit. And we have found that information through the Tetra Tech report. So our intention is Mr. Williams is currently putting together an email to provide further clarification as to how that number came about and a breakdown on that value. And I will emphasize that that number is available in that report, but we're going to take that number because Tetra Tech, too, they always goes worst case scenario, and we looked at some of those numbers and they are much higher than what we would anticipate. So we'll break that down for you and we'll put together an email both with current operational costs and what it would look like in the future once the push pit is built, potentially initially in the first few years. And of course, over time, those operational costs come down because with everything we do, we always look for efficiencies, right? So that email should come to you probably later this afternoon sometime, or at the very least, first thing Monday morning. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Great. So now we're going to move on into the discussion in regards to Nordegg. And as identified, old philosophy, new philosophy. And in that regard, and I think as CO Emmons indicated, that would like some more clarity as to, I believe this is on the capital items again, in that the sequential or on how that goes. I know Councillor Ratcliffe had asked yesterday in regards to, looking for some guidance, but I thought about it last night. It's not up to administration to make that decision. It is up to us how quickly or how slowly we go. And as outlined, I'm thinking, yeah, Jana's bringing up the agenda item for us to look at. So I guess I look to, it's a long ways, yeah.
And then there's some on the next page also.
But yeah. Okay. So with that, I'm looking at the sequential and what's happening in year 25, 26, 27, the 3 years ahead. Councillor Ratcliffe, was there something in particular that you wanted more information on, or that you were concerned about as far as what's been laid out? And I'll leave that to you for comment.
Thank you. My concern was just looking at the significant amount of investment in Nordegg, 25, 26, 27, 28. The new philosophy was kind of based on that for a while there, we did have a lot of lot sales. And it looked like that might continue, but it has slowed down again. And the question that I have out of that is, should we slow down some of this investment? But the development is linked together so much that I'm not sure what could be to even consider that it should be.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah, I'd love to actually maybe set the stage a little bit for clarity on where projects are and how they would direct link, which ones we're basically committed to, which ones haven't really started or we're certainly at a stopgap point that could be done. So it's actually easier for me to start at NDP 20, which is the lowest, which is the last item on the list, which is the Center Street Road Development. So we have done some preliminary engineering on that. That was a new project that was identified this year. It was basically, the preliminary engineering was added on to the work plan as we were doing a whole bunch of that preliminary engineering in the area. So that would be detailed design in 2025 with subsequent construction 26, 27. So that one, for example, has not, there's not a contractual requirement to move forward with that. That was the recommendation we brought to the committee earlier in the year with some concept plans and alignment, for example. The other one was the Stewart Street Highway 11 intersection. We've already indicated that we really need to get that solution with the south access road or the east south township access road. That concluded and approved and constructed to really properly evaluate the Stewart Street Highway 11 intersection. That could be stopped, you know, I guess in essence. The high-density residential east of Stewart Street, there again, just preliminary engineering has been completed. It's not tied to anything else. The Stewart Street Service Commercial, that's directly linked to the Center Street. There again, preliminary engineering, concept designs, that could be stopped at this time. Same with the high-density residential west of Stewart Street. There's another one that's not hingent on any other projects except for the Center Street, you know. But if you wanted to grab a couple of these, there will be some impacts or some benefits that need to be done. But that's another one that could be stopped at this time at the preliminary engineering stage. The south town site access road, we would recommend we move forward. We've been successful with the grants and the permitting is underway. The Nordig Residential Phase 2, there again, that project's underway. We need to get that shallow utilities finished in there. The industrial subdivision, we're that close to being done. We just got to get the shallow utilities in, et cetera. As well as the historic commercial core is just streetlights. So the top half of the page is basically projects that are underway. The south half of the page are projects that could be stopped or postponed if desired.
Okay. Thank you for that. Does that help, Councillor Ratcliffe, in regards to where things are aligned? Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Any other comments or questions on Nordig and what's been presented? I know for myself, I like doing the Center Street Road development. I think that we need to start moving on that. That's not a question mark, that's a must. I think we have to start with that. And I also have to say that whatever that's linked to, we need to make that link. I believe the residents that live there and the businesses that are there want construction one and done, and would like to also, you know, with the future of the gasification project too, I think that's going to really drive the interest. And although lot sales may have slowed down as far as residential, that's a good thing, because that gives those commercial opportunities an opportunity to, you know, look at staff housing and different things like that. There's an opportunity for them to create that. So for me, I'm happy with how it's been laid out, and I'm full support of the new philosophy, because for about economic development and with the provincial government's focus on doubling the efforts of the tourism in by 2035, something like that. Was it 2035? Yeah, that we need to show that this is committed. And if the province wants to buy Nordig from us, I'm open to that suggestion too. So, attractive developers. I like the fact that we're creating larger lots instead of making them. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. In preparation for discussing Nordig, really the only one that I thought we could maybe consider moving down the timeline was NDP 014. Also, I think we need to change the name of that. I think the acronym NDP, like, I'm open to to changing that acronym if you wish. Anyway, the high-density residential west of Stewart Street. My only issue with moving that down the timeline is I know that the current residents were receiving some of their service upgrades at the same time as you were looking at this west residential, unless I misunderstood what Ms. Regland was saying when this was presented, but because you guys were looking at doing some of the servicing in the duplexes that exist now when you were doing the high-density residential. That's the only hesitation I have in moving this, is that it helps the residents that are there currently, which I feel that is important. I agree with the Reeve, like Center Street is very important, particularly with building Center Street so that we can do the work on Stewart Street that desperately needs to be done. I thought that was a great plan to help minimize disruption by building Center Street in order to do Stewart Street. So I think that those have to go forward as well. Like I said, the only one I thought was maybe 14, but the west of Stewart Street stuff. But again, those residents that are currently there are getting upgrades along with that project, correct?
Yeah, it was identified that there would be a cost benefit to, if we're going to do the Stewart Street West, the high density, that we would upgrade those services to the duplexes. That hasn't been identified as a critical infrastructure. It was just, while you're there, you have the world turned upside down. Those, that infrastructure should be upgraded, so it's done, one and done. There again, that one absolutely makes the most sense if there was going to be one that's postponed. Just a reminder to the committee there where that came from. That was area that was kind of designated for staff housing, that type of high density area. That's why it was kind of added to the list, that there has been a identified need for an area for staff housing. And the ones that certainly do make sense if we're going to continue on with Center Street is the high density east of Stewart Street and the service commercial, of course. Those are the two projects that would be directly linked to that project.
Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to see the east of Stewart Street high density continue. I did wonder about 14, the west of Stewart Street. And even if the Phase 2 residential subdivision might be. But in light of the information that you've provided and the clarity, it looks like there aren't that much that can be delayed.
I think we might have just got a little bit mixed mash there. So east of Stewart Street is the, so were you in favor of doing west of Stewart Street? Is that what I understood?
Well,
Where the Center Street alignment's gonna go, and then you were in favor of pausing the east of Stewart Street? Because you said at first
no,
that you were
I'd
in
like,
favor of east.
I'd like to see the east of Stewart Street continue.
Oh, okay, very good.
Well, it looks like it all needs to continue, except for the Highway 11 intersection, which is very little. But,
Deputy Melva.
Thank you, and the Highway 11, yeah, it's a minimal budget item, but more than that, it's actually, that one to me is needed because it becomes a safety issue. Like, that's one of the things we're constantly hearing is we need to figure out a solution for Highway 11. So I don't think that that's one that we can look at taking off the list personally, particularly if we are still doing the south, or I still want to call it east. It's east of the current intersection, the east intersection. I think it becomes even more important to make sure that our intersections are all at that high safety standard. So I would want to see the Highway 11 intersection study or traffic impact assessment still done, so we can figure out what solutions we can do for the Highway 11 intersection. So, my thoughts.
yeah.
Councillor, no, okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
So, in light of that information and the discussion, I feel that there really isn't anything that we can change drastically in the plan that's already laid out. is my feeling.
So my question then to you, Councillor Ratcliffe, is, are you more comfortable with what's being presented? Okay. Okay, good. All right. Any more comments or questions in regards to Nordic, old philosophy, new philosophy? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I'm kind of a visual dude. Do we have a map of this area that I can see exactly what we're talking about? And what's the proposal, what is done, what isn't done?
Because it's
Oh.
not your area, you're not familiar enough with it, I get that.
You want me to go to our office and grab a big one? And then we can point? So we've got a big one in our office.
Of Nordic?
Of Nordic, we have a big, of the Nordic development plan, it's in our office.
Do we leave it in
Do you
there?
want, did
Did-
we leave it? Is it not there
No,
anymore?
no, it's gone.
Oh, it was in there.
Anyways,
Do we have
anyway,
anything we can put up on the screen or anything? Because
Good point to what we're talking about.
Yeah,
I would really like to know what's done, what isn't done, what needs to be connected. If we get a gas line in there, what development could go ahead if we get a gas line in there? And what services and what roads do they need to make their business really viable?
okay, all right. So,
I like that one that comes down and then curves and goes over.
that's Center Street.
I think that's one main artery that I'm trying to visualize this in my head.
They're gonna go look for the big.
They're gonna look for the map for you. Okay, all right.
Because I think we need to look at this so that we try to get the best bang for our bucks for the businesses that we want out there.
Sure.
I know that we're gonna have the residents come if you get the business. They will come. No problem.
Perhaps, and I'm looking to both of you. When did the upgraded services, deep utility services first start in, I'll just say, where the shell is and things like that? That was been, what, 8 years ago, 10 years ago? Do you remember? And how, yeah, where is, yeah, he's not here. Okay. Oh, here he is. Yes, okay. Oh, awesome. Okay, we got it. Okay. There you go. I'm just to understand that we've started some new deep on either end, and we're trying to connect the two is what we're trying to do, correct? Okay. Okay, so CAO Emmons, my question is, when did we start doing the deep utilities on the south side in the hamlet? In regards to, and where, how are we, this is the projects that will connect the two, correct? So I'm just a little bit of background to help Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, so the entire plan was based around Nordic as the whole, but recognizing that the north side, it's more economical to build to a rural standard than an urban. It's the paved streets, the curb, sidewalks, gutters, that truly cost and add to the cost of developing those lots. So Clearwater County back in the day, and don't hold me to the year, my memory's not great. I'll say 94, started on that north side, developing to a rural standard acreages. And truly saw positive. The development of Nordic was in the green and doing well. Knowing that would be the nest egg required to start developing the south side to an urban standard, because of course that's the services to support the north side. So that was why the plan was set out that way. So there was multiple phases on the north side before it crossed the highway into the south. I want to say we started in the south probably, it was when Joe Baker was director of West Country, 2002. in there, 2003. Yeah, but again, because it was developer-driven, it was slow. So it integrated actually what made sense for linking utilities together and what developers were pushing for was the phasing. So when we got onto the south side, there was the initial phase done. Roads had to be stubbed off, so cul-de-sacs had to be constructed. Your utilities had to be looped, because they couldn't just deadhead. And those phases involved actually the initial infrastructure to support. So the phases, for many years, weren't something that the general public saw, Councillor Cermak. They were the water reservoirs, the water treatment facility, the new wastewater treatment facility, before we even got into the deep services, then to support what you could start seeing. So people really didn't see it until I will say like 2010 or 11. But there was money being spent in preparation for what you could see, if that helps.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I was just concerned that if we need to build a road to make it more attractive for businesses or the commercial development up in our new area, then that's the road we should get building. I know that, that intersection into number 11 highway, I think that's pretty important, that one. It's kind of a little bit dangerous with that hill and stuff, and if we're hoping to get some hotels or motels or whatever, or businesses, develop that business core, we're gonna have lots more traffic, so that's important too. But do we need that main thoroughfare going up and all the deep services hooked together so that it's complete? Can we just work on that sort of thing and the rest can maybe sit for another couple of years or a year or whatever?
Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah, you bet. So that's kind of what we've been alluding to with this Center Street. The Center Street is basically the connector link to that, in order to ensure that those services are connected from the south into the main portion. That opens up 2 more development phases, that service commercial as well as that high density west residential. So that's going to give council, this community, a wide variety of land to market, which we're going to be in a great position with the natural gas coming into the community. That has been a huge question for any developer that's come in. So it's going to put us in a great position. Yeah, and then, but with that, with more commercial development, more service commercial type, where do we put our staff? And that's always part of the conversation, is say, what do you have for amenities? What do you have land ready? Where can the staff go? And, so the plan that we've created here today kind of ticks off all those boxes to make sure that we're covered the best that we can be. So there's really nothing that can be taken away. Anything can be taken away, but there's really nothing that's just glaring. This was just nice to have. It's all very much interlinked.
And being as how that you're from your construction experience, you understand that the cost of moving in and moving out and a breakup of a project,
Huge.
it adds to the bill quite quickly. So, and again, I'll just reiterate that the residents and the business that exists there, if it's going to be under construction, because it's not a 1 year, it'll be a multiple year, and with the gas going in, constructing as well, we're probably better off just to let things flow, because again, that would be fantastic with having an opportunity next fall. I look forward to having that site link with Cape and having to be able to, with you, to promote this area and especially with developers that are not necessarily from Alberta, they're coming in to invest in our community and in our region. Go ahead, Councillor Lai.
Thank you, and I think key to this is having a described plan and following forward with that. I think that gives the comfort to those businesses. If we look at costs to build there, part of that is because there's no localized company, nobody living there that does that work, they're all coming in. If they see this as being a consistent approach, moving into the future, there's that opportunity for businesses to set up and have a permanent staff in the area that allows those construction costs to drastically go down, and then that helps further spur that. Sometimes it's building that investor confidence that this is a good investment into the future and is committed to do that. And I think we can send those signals out in the strategic infrastructure placements we've been doing over a number of years and showing that there is perhaps even a new philosophy that that is better sooner than later.
Thank you for that. So looking across to administration, I believe the consensus is to continue on, correct? Okay, Councillor Northcott, do you have any comments before we move on?
I don't have any comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I'm looking across to CO Emmons. We're good with the Nordic. We understand the direction then going forward. I believe it's to continue on and no amended changes. We're gonna let things as presented. Go ahead, sorry, Ms. Saran.
Thank you. So I think if that's where the committee wants to go, the next place is just to show how administration is recommending for the dollars to go into and out of restricted surplus to fund these projects and where those restricted surplus accounts will be by 2028, just so that there's no surprises about, oh, well, I thought we were putting money away for that.
Pardon me, is this in regards to all the projects now? Because I believe there's a couple of parking
okay.
lots that we
Yep.
would like to talk about.
Sure.
So anyways, I'm gonna ask that the committee here, Councillor Lougheed brought up a topic that, you know, he was not a part of. Would it be okay if we go into closed session in regards to discuss that particular item and to bring Councillor Lougheed up to speed in this, and he can ask any questions that he would like. And so I'm asking if it would be, if this committee will allow that, and we go into a quick closed session to bring Councillor Lougheed up to speed, because being as how he wasn't there in that discussion, I think it would be in the best interest of the budget as a whole to be able to do that. So just basically ask for a motion to go into closed session. Okay, Councillor Cermak makes a motion to go into closed session. Call question, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. We'll go into closed session, please. And welcome back. We just came out of our closed session. And so with that, we were having a conversation in regards to the one line item in regards to the heated storage facility. And I think the information was shared was, closed session information that was shared was okay. Does anybody have any other comments on that particular line item? Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
I'd just like to thank the indulgence of council administration to allow me to gather the information that was shared leading up to council's decision, and I can be supportive of council's decision in that respect.
Okay, thank you. All right. So with that, looking at the, I'm not sure, Ms. Serhan, would you be prepared to start that summary? And, oh no, we had a couple parking lot. We did have another parking lot. That was the, Councillor Ratcliffe had put on recreation. Perhaps you would, was that community recreation? Go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
So I think we just needed to ask the committee if they were wanting to delve into the 2025 costs that were in recreation, or if this was something that should come back to a strategic planning session for a more in-depth review as the recreation master plan or work to be done for that.
Okay, so Councillor Ratcliffe put that on the parking lot, so I'll go to him.
Thank you. The reason I added that at the beginning was that there was the community hall discussion was put there in the parking lot, and most recreation facilities that are rural are supported by revenues from community halls. So that was the link. If we're going to have a discussion about an ag rec facility, I think that may be a place to look at some recreation in general as part of it, but certainly it wasn't related to the 2025 budget. It'd be more of a workshop or strategic planning discussion.
So we can move that to a workshop? Yeah, perfect. Go ahead, Director Martinson.
So what I'm hearing is just council wants some more information, and I can appreciate that. And so I think, you know, from my perspective, the next strategic plan is January 20th. There's no way we're going to roll this up. It doesn't seem like we need debate. It doesn't seem like we need, there seemed like there might maybe, you know, wanted some candid information about the position some of our halls are in based on some of the private information we collect. So what I've discussed and recommended to the CAO is that we schedule a workshop, at which point we'll go through the very technical document we brought to council for Ag Rec. We'll go through some of the challenges and where we're at with community halls, especially that next band of community halls that we will be doing, potentially be doing code assessments on. And we can have a bit of a fulsome discussion at where we came from and where we are with recreation, all the way from rec boards to potential future operating models for different rec amenities that are operated outside of the county, and just, you know, have a very large discussion organized and facilitated and whatnot about those things. So if unless I'm not on the right path with kind of that was sort of the discussion that the CAO and I had this morning, and we're happy to do that. We will be bringing back a trails discussion for strategic plan as discussed last week, because I think there is discussion that has to happen at an appropriate time based on some steps that have to happen here in the near future. But yeah, if I'm on the right track, I'm happy to facilitate that for council.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. From my perspective, that's exactly right on what I would like to see.
Okay.
The rest of council agrees.
Okay, Deputy Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Mine is regarding recreation, but not specifically on an overall recreation plan. It's actually directed directly towards operating within this budget. If
Yeah,
if
go
you're
ahead.
good with that. I'd love, I'm on pages, that my whole punch is saying, 221 and 221 and 230 are the pages in the operating budget. What, in the operating budget, yeah. What is making up the $625,000 ask from the town? Because that's not actually itemized, it's just a capital request, it doesn't say what that is. The 250 is a carryover for, pump track, and 23,000, I believe is a carryover as well, but oh, no, that's not a carryover, that makes up part of the 648. So that's my first question, is what is making that up? Because there's nothing, it just says capital request, not like from the town's rec budget.
That's really.
230 is the page that this one's on.
Oh, 2:30. Oh,
Yeah, 221 is the operating transfers to Rocky Mountain House Rec, and 230 is the capital transfers that is in our operation because it's facilities that we don't own. But it's
So you want the capital or you want the
capital
operating?
first, and then I'll ask operating questions.
Okay,
Sorry, so
sure.
648,625 of that just says capital request with no actual
Sure.
what it is.
Yeah, so that's relating to the town's overall capital plan for 2025. That includes skate tile and washroom partitions in Bunch Arena replacement. Also, in conjunction with that renovation, the bunch header support replacement. So just some kind of deferred, I'm gonna call it maintenance, it's a little more than maintenance, but some deferred improvements to that structure. You know, our arenas are old, and these things are not really new additions or anything like that, but just things that have been identified by the town as far as their ongoing operations. Moving into the next, they have $100,000, so $50,000 to us for rec center expansion concept drawings. And so they are, you know, that phase two, if we will, of the rec facility plans. When the rec facility was upgraded back in the mid-2000s, there was always sort of a phase two plan, whether we wanted to call it a field house or what have you. And so the town has started now thinking about that, and part of that is a bit of funding for some design and consultation. You know, I had a pretty good chat with Wes about that, and we, you know, made it very clear we would like to be included council. We would also like to be included in our ratepayers. I'd like to see, I made it very clear, I would like to see consultation happen out in the county. So whether that's Dovercourt or Everdale or what have you. Gee, that's scary. But that's what that line item is as far as the, you know, the potential future plan. No plan in budget is when to move forward with the facility, but certainly you know, some discussion on that. Kind of in conjunction with that, but sort of separate, is their updating of the rec master plan. That document has been dated, so similar to that, they've budgeted $100,000, $50,000 for our share to update that. Same thing, as I said, would like, you know, to be included in that. We'd like to, you know, see some consultation out in the county. And, you know, I think Wes agreed and heard that loud and clear, so that was appreciative of that. You know, to be truly regional, we have to ensure that the regional folks outside of the town do have a say, and I think, you know, that was well understood. So next sort of component was a lift to the second floor of the pool. Now, this isn't an elevator, it's a lift, and this is gonna help accessibility in the pool. That's a grant funded project, so it would be total of $125,000. They have a $75,000 grant that they're looking at accessing. So that would mean a $50,000 shared cost, or $25,000 to the county. Wes has suggested that if they do not get the grant, they will not move forward. So our funding with capital being based on actuals and invoices. If they don't get the grant, they won't move forward. They won't bill us for that. They may ask for it to be carried forward to take another kick at a grant. Sometimes it takes you a time or two, you know, and so that was that project. Aquatic Center reception millwork, as well. A bit of a suite of pool things coming down next. There's the, you know, some millwork, some flooring abatement, some a pool vacuum, and then a walk behind floor scrubber. So just sort of kind of next step work at the pool to try to continue to maintain the service and improve safety and accessibility and things at the pool. Yeah, that would be making up that. As we mentioned already, there is also then a parking lot paving project planned in conjunction with the pump track, which we have funding for the pump track in our budget. Now, that's not to the town, that's directly to the community group, but we've kind of included in the town rec area just because that's, you know, geographically that's where it is. But the pump track parking lot project would be $325,000 cost to us, so a $650,000. Now, we did hear also, you know, we've got to place these things. This is predominantly a rec budget, but Chairman Swanson and I were at a museum meeting, and there was, you know, good discussion that this would also support the museum, which the county is also a contributor to and a great advocate for. So, you know, I think that I didn't want to get that lost in the discussion, though, you know, it is being budgeted in recreation because that is sort of where that support is. And then finally, there is a North Saskatchewan River Park ask for phase 3 electricity to be run into the infield. Now this, you know, I believe will save us, and when I say us, I mean the community. And often a lot of community asks come to us, so they're burning generators already to have that lighting and you know, big sound stages and things set up. And so I think this is a good project to save these groups, user groups that utilize that facility, some funding, and you know, so I think, you know, that's a project that, you know, we'll see, you know, brightly, pun intended, that sort of makes up that $625,000 ask, of which we pay 50% of the $1.25 million recreation capital.
Okay, yep, supplementary, yep.
Perfect. Thank you for that. You're saying that they're wanting to do a design and consultation for expansion phase, I can't remember what number you said, but for the whatever phase of the arena, but yet they don't have anywhere in their 10-year capital where they actually would do it. So why do the design? Why build paperwork to collect dust if you don't actually have a plan in your 10-year capital to do the project?
You know, I think I'm certainly not certainly not involved at all in the strategy behind how the town plans their budget and their capital plan. But I think, you know, because the rec plan and this plan are really cohesive, and, you know, it probably makes sense to have this done together. You know, there's some synergies there, and you know, maybe they'll tender them together. I'm not sure, but I think, you know, that's a reason from my perspective to do these things together. You know, yeah, I think as far as how the town budgets and whether they put a placeholder in or not, you know, that's really up to them. And, you know, I would potentially, you know, suggest that question maybe gets asked at a future ICC or asked at that. It wasn't something that I asked when myself and, you know, the director went through this budget. But, you know, my main, you know, questions were around how is the county going to be involved, and, you know, and so on and so forth.
I think it's an important question that needs to be asked because, I mean, we run a 10-year cycle for capital so that we can make sure that we are ready for potentially big projects, and building onto an arena or building a field house is a potentially big project that Clearwater County would want to prep for if they plan on having us as a partner. Maybe that's the problem I'm having. Maybe I'm making an inference that they want us as a partner.
Okay, Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you, and I think Councillor Milhoff said much of what I wanted to say, but just understanding the scale of that rec center concept, if we're allocating $100,000 for a study, does that make the project, I mean, I've seen 1% of that used in the past, like 1% of a total project being put into some of the initial study. That could be a substantial project. Any idea of what that concept in a really high level is? Is it a $1 million project, $10 million, $20 million project?
And I think that's the purpose of this, this effort that they're proposing. And, I think because this includes and is gonna include a lot of consultation, and, and again, when I sort of threw that out there to the town's director, it was in my mind preaching to the choir. And, so when you're doing minimal consultation and it's mostly just design, that 1% might be, a fair, guesstimate. But in my experience in doing community type builds where we're really casting a very wide net, we're doing a ton of consultation, we're having multiple community meetings, that 1% really isn't an accurate number. And so, I don't think the town knows personally, in my opinion, what a concept would look like for a rough number, because they really want to go out to the community. It's been a long time, as Deputy Reeve mentioned, since this was last talked about, and so there's a very big potential that things have changed and that concepts may have changed since that last discussion. But to answer that question, no, I do not believe that is an indicator of 1% of a build. I think that's just an indication of what the cost of casting a wide net is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was, in looking at the review of the rec master plan, I can see a huge collaboration in that with the county and the town, because there is no walls. Our residents use both the county facilities and the town. And maybe that's a great opportunity to find collaboration on the review of that master plan, to have other questions in that survey, which talks about, do you go out and use the Ferrier Arena? Would you like to see an egg field house? It should be more holistic to the region. As Councillor Ratcliffe has indicated, he'd like to have a conversation in regards to all the rec areas. Maybe we should involve all the residents in something like this, and both councils can have that wholesome discussion and have a better conversation about recreation. But you've indicated that you've had that high-level conversation with the directors, so maybe that we can push for that, or I don't know what their timeline was on that. It would be midsummer or.
Yeah, I think their timeline is here, and I will, clarify that, my discussion was ensuring that there is county county council and county ratepayer participation in the rec master plan that would really only encompass the facilities within the town. $100,000 would not get us a county-wide consultation that would include grander thoughts about things like egg rec, that would be several, much more. And, I did, certainly, administration believes that a rec master plan for the county is valuable. We don't, this is an update of an existing plan for, they're pricey because, again, it's a wide net, it's a lot of discussion, it's donuts and halls and, lots of information getting distilled down by facilitators. And then we go to, architects and potential landscape designers and things like that. So I don't believe that we could include too much outside of the boundaries of the town and still stay within this footprint. I certainly will and do hear you on that collaboration. And you know, would love to hear more about how many town residents, you know, use our facilities. I know there is no boat launch in the town. We see lots of boats hooked up to, you know, and Cow Lake is a place where we see a lot of that. Just for one, you know, instance. Same with ATVs. Can't drive your ATV in town, but you know, the Rocky to Nordic Trail. So you know, I hear you, and certainly I think from an administration perspective, that definitely could be a discussion, but you know, again, it, you know, would be my recommendation that be a great topic for an ICC as far as how, you know, because if duplication, you know, even if we tendered together or something like that, like I think, you know, without trying to slow them down and you know, because they do have important work on our behalf to do too, but I hear you on that collaboration. I think there could be a way we could do it, and certainly I think the more information we could have, the better we could inform you folks on how to make a decision moving forward for next year, next decade, next 100 years.
Yeah, for sure. Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. My next question was with regards to the operating one on page 221. And it's unfortunate that Ms. Haggard had to go because when we had the conversations with regards to the ag agreement, the fire agreement was constantly referenced. So, and you may not be able to answer this, perhaps Mr. Emmons can. He's always got a full brain full of knowledge on all topics. But other than the only time I can think about that we've deviated from the fire agreement and asked for an outside ask that wasn't a part of the agreement was when council wanted to do the health spending for the firefighters. And the town was gracious enough to be a part and choose to be a part of that for the members that are within Station 60. Other than that, is there another time that we have deviated from the fire? Oh, Christine's online. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize. I mean, Ms. Haggart's online. I didn't realize that. Was there a different time that we deviated from the fire agreement?
Ms. Haggard? Director Haggard, can you hear us?
Maybe not.
Go ahead, Director. CO Evans.
Thank you. If I may, we found that fire agreement works very well. The town has been a very willing partner through that. There was one other time, as my memory serves, where we exceeded the allowable percentage in the CPI, which the town and the county renegotiated and did an amendment to the agreement, and made it much easier to work with. Again, trying to create that template for other agreements.
Thank you. The reason I ask is because for many years, we have been not following the rec agreement because it was outdated, it didn't fit the needs of the community, it didn't work well with the administratively between the town and the county, so we updated that agreement. We did negotiating on that agreement, it was vetted by legal on both sides. The two parties came to an amenable agreement. The very first time that agreement is tried, and we are stepping outside of that agreement in this operating ask. I wasn't in the ICC meeting that day, so I'm curious how that conversation went. But the very first time that agreement is tried, do we need to now amend that agreement? Does that agreement not actually work? Because maybe we need to amend the agreement if the very first time that it's tried, we're breaching it.
CO Evans?
If I may, respectfully, from my perspective, it's not a breach. The agreement was written well enough that it actually allows for those surprises, those anomalies. And the town has administered it in such a way to complement and adhere to the agreement on how to address those anomalies. I would respectfully suggest if anomalies happen every year, that would be something to perhaps, okay, you know, the agreement isn't covering everything and should be looked at. But an anomaly is exactly what was anticipated in this agreement. Surprises happen to both sides. But like I say, there's a difference between that and consistency. And if it was habit forming, I would respectfully suggest that the town and county, both administrations would bring it back to the ICC for that very discussion.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And if I remember correctly, in that ICC committee meeting, the way it was presented, it did not feel like it was a breach of that particular, of our new agreement, the way it was presented, so. And again, that's why it comes back to this council for those extra questions, so, or this committee, sorry. There's no other questions in regards to that recreation? Okay, so we're gonna take a break for lunch and be back in 40 minutes. All right, welcome back. We're back from our lunch, and now we are going to continue on with a summary, and I will turn that over to Ms. Surham, please.
Yes, good afternoon. So now that we've had direction from the committee for the projects to include, we're going to just walk through the restricted surplus accounts and the transfers to and from those accounts to accomplish those work plans. So the first place I want to start actually is the 4-year financial plan.
Page 4? The big
That's page, well, I have it as page 2. Of the capital, yeah. Yeah, capital summary, and then the 4-year financial plan. And you can see at the change to unrestricted surplus or the planned surplus for the years 25 through 28 is that final row. So the dollars to allocate, and that's like excluding anything, like there's no fire transfer, there's no public works fleet transfer, there's no transfers identified. This is just the surplus that is before any transfers are done. So in 25, there's 17.7 million, 26, just about 21 million, 27, 20.5 million. And then you can see the challenge in 2028. Okay, as we move into the next document, you can see any of those restricted surplus accounts to the end of 2028. So if we pick one of them and you can work your way through what is going on in each of the years as far as transfers in and transfers out. I will say that the projected balance at the end of 2024 is budget coming out at 2024. There wasn't a projection done for those projects. So the use in 2025 will be adjusted, or actually what will be adjusted is the actuals to the transfers out to the actuals spent in 2024. So that 2024 balance will be adjusted to actuals, and then again, these are just budgeted transfers in and out. So I'd like to go to that next page that just shows 2024, so we can just focus on 2024 for a moment. So again, this one, Jen. Oh, 8 of 34?
Yeah.
Yeah, page 5. 8 of 34 on the capital introduction. Yeah. Okay, so you can see where the restricted surplus accounts are broke out by type. That first type is the operational restricted surplus accounts. The next set are those restricted surplus accounts to do with standard programs and services. Then the non-annualized priorities, and finally the facilities and land development on the left there. So the first column is the balance, basically is January 1st, 2024. Then there's the that one must be 2025. What's the year on the top of that? Go back one, Jenna. Sorry, there, another one. It's that one. So the 2 restricted surplus was the identified transfers to restricted surplus out of the planned surplus for 2024, which was 13.9. Then the next column is the reallocation plus the additional surplus of $7 million, those transactions. And you can see that 10.5 coming out of the revenue stabilization. And then nothing in planned expenditures out of there for 2024. Going down to the standard programs and services, there was quite a few planned to restricted surplus. You'll see that 4.8, that's that gravel road rehab that's always just come out of tax revenue. You can see that going into a restricted surplus account in 2024, and the planned expenditures coming out. No reallocations for those standard services in 2024. The reallocations happened in the non-annualized priorities and the facilities and land development. So the Public Works Capital restricted surplus, yeah, you're good. The $5 million came out of there. $20 million going into broadband, 900,000 into West Country Roads, 8 million coming out of that core infrastructure, and then funding for solid waste and Nordeg. And as you can see, by the end of 2024, the balances for these accounts. Now, as I said yesterday, Public Works Infrastructure is doing an in-depth analysis of what is coming out of that restricted surplus for 2024, plus what we will have in inventory available for sale, so that we can have a better knowledge of what the revenues that could go to offset that negative balance in that lot sales projects, restricted surplus balance. So if we go down to the next page, this is 2025, and again, it's still the same separate categories. So the operational, nothing's changed in 2025 in there. The standard programs and services, there is some transfers to restricted surplus. Again, that 5.7 for the gravel road rehab and IT capital. Corporate services is that 489, so 5.7 would be gravel road rehab. Paving, there's some dollars coming out of there, but nothing going in. Bridge infrastructure, there's quite a bit going in due to what is happening further in the future. It needs some funding in there to cover the projected costs. Vehicles and equipment, some coming out, nothing going in. Fire apparatus going out, nothing coming in. Cell development, 350,000 to get that restricted surplus to 3.5 or thereabouts for 2026 when that cell development project's gonna happen. And then again, some of the restricted surplus is going in to those non-annualized priorities. Some to fund things in 2025, but mostly to fund future projects. And then again, facilities and land development, quite a bit going out and nothing going in. So you can see that in 2025 at the bottom there, that first white column, 17,729,000. I think that's a little bit shy of what was identified as surplus. So I think there's 200,000. These numbers were changing quite a bit there those last few days, so we'll get them so that they match exactly. And then the 51 million coming out to fund the capital work plan in 2025. That's not funded through grants or other sources. So you can see quite a chunk going down.
Sorry, Deputy Reed Melhoff?
Sorry, thank you. After yesterday, I went home and started trying to understand everything in my brain. So please bear with me if I am wrong, which I probably am. But on the page 5 where we started, the standard programs and services that are annualized surplus into those accounts, is 10.24, right? So theoretically, every year we're putting this money into those restricted service surpluses, the 4.89 million, the 800,000, the 2.5, the 1.1, 600, and 350. Annualized contributions to pay for standard services. Yes? Got that one right?
Yes, that would
Okay.
be what has been passed in the past, to pay for those, and then probably more than that is coming out in 2024 to pay for those TCA. So we didn't quite replenish what we used in those years.
Okay, and then if we can take that same principle in 2024, that's the process we would have used in 2024 as well. It would have been the 10.24 that we would have inputted in to 2024 as well, yes? Okay, so then if we go back to the four-year financial plan one, the bigger spread, the one with the bigger blocks on it? That's the only way I can
Yeah.
describe it.
Yeah,
The bigger
four-year.
blocks.
Yeah.
Its excess operational funds was 15.7 million. And then if you roll that down to the bottom, it was actually 14 due to like all of the transfers that were
Yep.
done. And if you then minus the 10.4 from that, because you're saying that the 17 million isn't really 17 million because it doesn't include any of those transfers.
Yeah.
So take the 10.4 from that, that would actually only be 4.6 as a restricted surplus to actually be allocated. But in the projected, it's showing 8.9. So how did we get 8.9 and not 4.6 if we're using math?
Good
that I-
question, good question. Let me have a look here, sorry. Well, it's 13.9 versus 14 because it's the total of that whole white column, like the standard service programs and services and the transfers to the non-annualized priorities and the transfers to facilities and development. So that first column in 2024 to restricted surplus, 13.937 is what was in budget. And it looks like
Okay, so it's not just the standard ones, it's
it's
okay.
everything, yeah.
So then it would actually end up being even less than, it would only be 1.6 million,
Yeah,
not 4.6, and yet it's still showing 8.9 as the projected 2024 restricted surplus that will be available for reallocation. When really, if we're going by the way that you just described it, it should be 1.6.
sorry, I'm just going back and forth here. Well, the 8.9 is the projected additional surplus after we move the 14,866, or on the other documents is 13.9. I'll have to see what the difference is there. But the 8.9 is the projected additional surplus for 2024, of which we reallocated 7 of it. In that next column, the reallocations, where we move some out of the tax rate stabilization, the public works capital, and then we also reallocated the additional surplus, of which I said likely around 7 million, even though the projection showing 8.9, there's some carry forwards there. So we have to identify those carry forwards and make sure that all of those are funded, and then the additional surplus, which is contributed by the investment income and lower than an anticipated operational expenses mostly. And then that 7 million is what is on that second white column as a total, because we've taken out of the stabilization fund, out of the work in progress carry forward, out of public works capital, and out of that core infrastructure, plus an additional 7 million that we anticipate as the additional surplus in 2024, and allocated it to broadband, West Country roads, solid waste facilities, and Nordegg.
Okay. So, because what I'm trying to determine is, so we're showing 17 million right now as on the first for the 4-year financial big spreadsheet one. we're showing 17.7 million as the projected surplus for 2025. But that's
Yeah.
not actually true, because we need to make sure that we're taking out all of our annualized requirements out of that. So I'm trying to extrapolate what we did in 2024 with take our annualized things out of that with what we actually ended up with to try to extrapolate what that looks like in 2025.
Right. So what I'm saying is
It
that.
doesn't look like that.
Yeah, you can't, if you want to accomplish all the other priorities, which is the solid waste facility, the broadband project, and all of the Nordegg development, or not even all of the Nordegg development, but all of the Nordegg development that doesn't depend on lot sales, then this is administration's recommendation, or actually, it's not administration's recommendation, it's a starting point of where finance seen a way to make it work. And, I mean, it's council's purview to change any of these transfers or have, any of these dollars that are allocated to other things move to the priorities that council sees as their priorities. So in 2025, there's not enough money to put all the dollars into the standard services and fund broadband, the solid waste facility, and the Nordegg development, plus the facilities that are coming in 2028. But as we work through this, you can see that finance has identified the restricted surplus accounts that the priorities are coming out of and ensured that there is enough funding to make it to 2028, end of 2027, and with the only anomaly being that Nordegg development funded through lot sales being the only one. But that being said, by the end of 2027, Public Works Paving has no restricted surplus left. Bridge infrastructure has no restricted surplus left. Fleet has no restricted surplus left. Fire, because they've used it in the programs leading up to 2028, we haven't moved that to other priorities. What we've done is used those surpluses in those years to fund the other priorities and use the surpluses that are already identified as being for those projects, and using them for that. And then fire apparatus is down to 294,000. The cell development is at 3.6 only because there's a $3.5 million project in 2028. And you can see that most of the restricted surplus accounts would be down to zero. And the resource roads one, of course, that project is looming. So it hasn't been included in here, but it's not like that money's available to be moved to a different priority, or unless council chooses that. What we have left is the $3.6 million in the ag rec facility and the $10.5 million in operational and administration facility. But depending on how lot sales go, that restricted surplus is $23 million short. So because there's $30 million worth of Nordegg development happening between now and 2028. So there is funds in the restricted surplus if council chooses to use them in the way that finance has laid it out here, or they can choose to increase tax revenue or choose debt funding for one or any number of projects, or I don't know.
So I
Yeah,
have
reduce spending.
another question,
Yeah.
sorry. Does the projected build in the north for 2028 being the admin building at 40 million does that take into account the minusing of the 6 million of if we were to build the storage there this year? So therefore, that shouldn't be a 40 anymore. If it gets built, it should be math is hard, 34. So it should be 34, right? So then, and it's still showing on the 10-year thingy as 40. Thingy's a very technical term. But it's showing that as 40 when really that, if the $6 million build happens this year, like if that does go forward, then that should take that chunk of money off of that build in 2028, should it not?
Correct, but that decision wasn't made the last meeting in November, and these documents were already
Okay.
put together. So as soon as Public Works has had an opportunity to reanalyze and figure that out, they will have a new number for that.
Okay, so I potentially just found out 6 million of the
Yeah,
2028.
yay.
The deficit.
And I have no idea,
know how to make their math work, maybe.
I have no idea if this is council's, if this is how council wants to fund these projects or not. This is the only way that I found, if all the projects stay on in the next 4 years, how council can fund them without debt funding or without losing one of those projects.
Okay. So my question then is, for today, do we need to identify funding source to 2028?
No, but again, I guess I didn't want to have the 2025 work plan approved as if any of those projects in 26 depend on projects in 25, and, you know, it's all interlinked, right? Especially in Nordegg development, I think the rest of it's pretty, like the $6 million for the heated storage is coming out of the facility restricted surplus. I think we've identified that, the rest of the funding for the solid waste and in this plan and the broadband. That being said, you know, that money's gonna be spent in 2025 for the broadband and Nordegg development. So if council is comfortable moving forward that way, we do not have to make a decision today.
Well, and I would, I guess, take that little amalgamation off the shelf for a minute and understand too that I fully expect January that you'll be coming back with, you know, us looking at amendments to the budget anyways as we figure out more. So, and there could potentially be projects that we would have to put on hold if there's something imminent that shows up at that point in time. But as of, you know, today, I'm of the opinion that if we're good today with what you've laid out, that with more information in January, I don't want to assume it. And unless you feel the budget's at risk for the 20th, I'm fine with how things have been laid out right now. Yeah, I guess that's where I'm sitting at.
So I guess I should point out in 2026 or 27, I didn't allocate the whole, 2027. There is a projected surplus of 20 million, and I've only put in 16. So that 4 could be reallocated to standard programs and services or go to offset some of the lot development in Nordegg. I really didn't feel like I knew which way council would want. And again, it's in the future, 2+ years anyway. And then this is just to try to get funding sources without using debt for council.
So quick question in regards to the project south of town in regards to Paramount. When do we get assessment on that particular facility? Are we getting at that in 2026?
I think, you know, whatever is, it's too, you know what, I don't know what non-residential is or that machinery and equipment is, but other assessments are whatever that value is at December 31st.
In the year.
Yeah, so whatever value that assessment is at December 31st, 2024 would be what would be included in the assessment for tax levy in 2025,
And we will hear that value in February.
February.
Okay, so there could be a surprise there at some point in time too, so.
Administration has included $7.2 million additional tax revenue on non-residential properties for additional assessment to be added. So I guess that's the other option, is small increases in anticipated rate increases to the tax revenue. So if we wanted to put a conservative 2%, that would be an additional 1.2 million over 3 or 4 years. That would go a long ways with the you know, additional surpluses that happen each year to get at least your standard programs and services to have some sort of a balance in them by the end of 2028. And looking at debt funding likely for 2028 for the facilities that are earmarked in there.
Any comments or questions in regards to what's been laid out? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. On page 140, because you had just said that you would anticipate 7 million for an increased assessment in non-residential assessment base. Do we have any anticipated, like, what is the assessment increase just in general? Like, the market hasn't gone down, the market has for sure gone up. So not just non-residential, meaning the tax holiday, but in general for assessment, what is the?
Yeah, the combined is 7.2 million,
Oh, okay.
and I had identified 6.5 as the holiday, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just was reading the.
Yep.
I think so, thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So,
You can, anytime.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we're on the subject of the restricted surplus accounts, if you look at the page that's currently on the screen, we have an airport restricted surplus account under the facilities and land development. And I hark back to Deputy Reeve Melhoff's question yesterday in terms of the $606,000 that were in Mr. Magnus's capital budget, and that the town had requested that we earmark those for future development of the airport facility, yet we don't quite know what that is yet. I would suggest that it might be more prudent and transparent if we remove that from the capital expenditure, from the capital budget, and leave those funds in the restricted surplus account. I believe it still would meet the request and requirement of the town that those funds didn't just go back into general surplus. They still would be earmarked and restricted by this council for airport-related construction. Once that information is determined and goes through the ICC, if it's approved there and comes back to this council as a recommendation, then it could follow with a budget adjustment and fund it from that restricted surplus. So I would suggest that's a more transparent way to handle this.
Is that not what's already happening? I don't show it ever coming out of there.
Yeah, look, it should have been coming out in 2025, so I'm gonna have a look at that also, but. So we could just remove the expense in the capital budget, and then whenever that request came forward, have that as a budget adjustment to move those funds out of the restricted surplus to fund whatever expenditure they come forward with.
And then you were saying about cell development? I said you also talked about cell development? You said airport and cell development?
No, I was just talking about the airport
Oh,
restricted
okay,
surplus account.
sure, thank you,
So if the committee's in agreement with that, we'll make that adjustment.
as well, yeah. I think that's transparent in that. Okay. Is there anything? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Lydie.
Sorry, just one question around that restricted surplus relating to the airport. Is that part of the airport agreement to keep that amount in reserve, or is that just an understanding?
So I think they'd had the terminal construction on for a few years, and instead of having, so there was tax revenue generated in, I want to say 23 maybe, for that terminal, the initial terminal construction. And then, so when that didn't move forward, then those funds got moved into restricted surplus for the airport. It was council's decision to do that because they felt like the terminal, or I guess administration's understanding was that they felt like something was going to happen there, and even if they didn't know what it was, as far as constructing the terminal or refurbishing what's there.
And since we have a reduced level of control in what happens with that, I sometimes look at a restricted surplus that has no, for lack of a better term, a best before date or a real time frame for that surplus, the necessity of the surplus being there if there is no defined end date to when that would be used, sometimes makes, when you're faced with difficult challenges of funding current projects, holding those long-term restricted surpluses can be a challenge. So I just, just kind of trying to feel out council's appetite for keeping funds in a source without an actual build or proposed. I mean, we're doing a lot of work creating 3-5-year projections or even 10-year projections. Just if we're not getting a balance on that, I don't know if we need to be that well prepared if our other partner isn't that well prepared to move on this project.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. No, I agree. It's not I mean, we've been prepared for a certain resource road for multiple years, and we've also had a road improvement alignment down on Highway 11A for a long time sitting in a restricted reserve too, so that needed partnering on that at that point in time. So just to reiterate or review or ask the question again, we're looking, right now we are balanced in what we're doing, or
Yes.
and
Yes, so 2025 is balanced, and administration will move forward with the projects on the plan with the transfers to and from laid out in 2025. And further discussion can happen in subsequent years as long as, administration wants to be confident that this is council's plan.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if I can just expand on that. For clarity, it will be balanced. Essentially, if this committee is comfortable with the numbers that are there right now, we would essentially add numbers into the transfer to restricted surplus line equal to the $17,765 and $2 on the bottom. And that would show that surplus amount as being transferred to restricted surplus. And to your point, Deputy Reeve, that would include those annual transfers as well. That would be in that number. So there's where we achieve our balance. So just for clarity, right now it doesn't look balanced, but we would add in that final adjustment to bring it into balance, unless there's other adjustments that the committee wants to see.
All right. So saying that, is there any other adjustments that we want to see? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The only other adjustment really that I had, it was also pertaining to operating, and it was to do with the Caroline Seniors Housing money that was sitting there that doesn't really actually have a project either. I didn't know if everybody else was okay with just leaving it in, because it doesn't have a project associated with it. I know it's, saying the word only 80,000 seems like not the right thing to say, but when you're looking at numbers like this, only 80,000, but I still think it's prudent, like, it's an allocated number that actually has no allocation really, like it says Caroline Seniors Housing, but there's no actual project, so what is the rest of the team?
Ms. Serha?
Dollars were allocated for a study for the seniors housing project or lack of seniors housing project in Caroline. I don't know what the plan is, like if it's still on the work plan or not.
Director Martinson?
So that was a carry forward from last year?
I believe that's how you explained it when I asked.
Yep.
I'm trying to find that sheet, I'm sorry.
So that was a carry forward for last year. And in sort of anticipation of further work that may have needed to be done, that work didn't come to fruition last year. Certainly council's purview to reallocate it at any point, whether now or throughout the year. As I mentioned before, it doesn't have to be reallocated to housing, but that part of the administration's or my thought process, me and my team's thought process was there's lots of housing stuff coming down the pipe, whether it's seniors, whether it's underhoused, and this gives council flexibility within the budget to make a motion at any meeting to action something. Certainly, there's other options, throughout the year if council wishes to reallocate this right now to something completely different, contingency, other surpluses, but that was the rationale as to how it ended up in front of you today as the recommendation as it's laid out now. Hopefully that's helpful.
It is, thank you. Do we have like a appropriate fund to put it into other than work in progress? Because it's not really work in progress, there's no work identified for it at this point. Do we, and we don't have a housing fund, we don't have, I know the new land use bylaw, if passed, will have a community amenities zoning, maybe there needs to be a community amenities fund, I don't know, I'm just trying to think of, because I agree, it's been said for housing, maybe it should go into a housing account, but we don't have one.
So I would respectfully like to leave it there for right now because the Rocky Senior Housing is having a workshop in regards to housing and community housing, January 23rd. So, and that will be brought back to council at that point in time. We do know that the minister has another open for housing projects. This is going to be the workshop will be on a regional approach on that, looking at Leslieville, Rocky, Caroline, possibly Nordegg. It's a full wholesome negotiation, but we need to have that conversation also with the FCSS partners. And so unfortunately, with the shortness of time and how things move and trying to get people together or committees together. So I agree. I wouldn't want to keep it any longer than it has to, but hopefully coming out of January's workshop, there can be some agenda items, and Councillor Cermak and myself and Councillor Ratcliffe, who's on the FCSS, can maybe bring something forward for this council to decide on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Is there any other items? I wanted to go back to the labor market adjustment. In that, I did a little bit of looking last night. So we're substantiated 3%. I was looking on some of the other municipalities and some of the other ASHA members that are doing, some of the other things, and they were a little lower. So they were around Some were 3, some were 2, so I'm thinking 2.5. Is that make a big adjustment in this at all, or?
I can calculate what the 0.5% would be. I'm thinking around 90,000 maybe, or,
0.5%?
yeah.
Okay.
I'll pull the numbers, but it's really easy to change if council chooses. It's just a modifier on the salary accounts. So whatever number council chooses, it for sure isn't a big deal to change.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, and just to provide some more insight into that 3%, prior to her departure, our former manager of human resources had reached out to some of our municipal partners and got some informal idea of unapproved increases, but what they were considering for increases. And we were seeing between 2% and 4%
Okay.
overall. There were some organizations that looked like they were doing a bit of catch-up, so that might be a little bit on the high side, but we felt anywhere between 2.5%, 3% would probably put us in the ballpark. And again, just for reference, 2025 would be a year where we're estimating what's going to happen in the labor market. And we would plan to do another labor market review, a formal one in 2026, to confirm our estimations.
Okay. Thank you. Any other? I don't want to rush you.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. No, that's okay. Go ahead.
I feel like I should do the song "Me Again, Margaret." Anyway. I'm on funding sources by fund category summary. And at the bottom, it's showing 91 million. So what is, if our expenses, are operating expenses excluding, 57, is that then showing that we have 40 million in projects?
No, that 91 is the capital expenditures. So let me just have a look
Oh,
at.
these are expenditures, not,
Well,
it says
it's
funding source.
Yeah, it's the funding source for the capital projects,
So in 2025, we have 91,000 worth of capital projects?
91 million.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
I'm just gonna double check and make sure that that's what's in the four-year capital plan. It should be. Oh, 90,325,000. So I obviously have to look at that number also, but yeah, the projects for the capital spending on the four-year capital plan shows 90,325,000. And the funding sources show 91 something?
Yeah, 91.1
Okay.
is what it's showing. Here. So those are only, the 91 million is only capital projects?
Yes,
And then the 57 million is only operating then?
right.
Okay.
And
So
our
then-
operating revenues are at 74?
Yes, leaving then the 17, so is the 17 already on this sheet then, as one of the funding sources?
Yes, it's included in those transfers from restricted surplus, anticipating that the 17 million will go into restricted surplus.
Okay. Sounds good. Sorry, I'm just really trying to make sure I
No,
wrap my head fully around.
I totally want
All
you
the
to be comfortable and
pieces.
understand.
I feel it's weird that nobody else is asking as many questions as me, sorry.
No.
Unless you all took an
No.
accounting course I didn't know about.
No.
No.
There you go. There we go. Awesome. Okay. So with that, between now and next Friday, the 20th, should council have any more questions, we should probably email those to you for more clarity, especially if it's going to be in regards to a shift, but we were hoping to have everything outlined today and worked out today. Is there any more questions, comments? Go ahead, Director Hagan.
And again, just as a reminder, when we send the draft budget in preparation for next week's council meeting, we will be adding in the amortization, so the operating expenditures will be that much higher, but there'll be another line item where we essentially add it back because it's that non-cash, and we'll end up in the same place. We'll still be balanced overall. So it'll be an in and an out, but full disclosure
Okay,
on that.
thank you.
So at 3%. The current market adjustment's 453,000, so reducing that to 2.5 would put it at 377, so a $75,000 change.
Okay. Deputy Melliff?
With you bringing up like non-cash things, let's presume that that every council over the next several years raises their hand and goes forward with this plan. Like, let's just make that as an assumption. I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen. Let's make that as an assumption. We've said that the revenues that we have are not necessarily money, right? Like, they're in gravel, they're in other stuff. So then how do we actually pay for a projected $55 million deficit in 2028? Was that 2028? 2030, something? How do you actually pay for it when it isn't real money? Like, maybe I'm speaking in terms of monopoly, but I don't understand how that can actually happen. Do we just sell a bunch of gravel and fire sale, or?
Go ahead, Director
We shouldn't
Hagan.
have to.
Sorry, I just don't know how that works.
So just in terms of terminology, I think you said not all our revenues are in cash. Our revenues are in
Right,
cash.
sorry, but not all of the funding sources that we have available to us are in cash.
Our funding sources are in cash. It's our restricted surplus account. The vast majority of our restricted surpluses are cash, and they're held in long-term investments, medium and long-term investments. A small portion of that restricted surplus will be held in land for resale, in gravel, and so forth. But probably 95% plus is cash.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a very small amount.
Okay, my brain made it seem like all of this is like.
Not necessarily, because if you look at some of the investment we put into Nordegg for lots to prepare them for sale, we haven't sold them yet, so we still have that asset. We've just converted the cash that we were holding to offset that restricted surplus. We've transitioned that into land, and it's still available. We'll transition it back to cash when it's sold. So it's really a temporal or a temporary situation where some of it's been converted from cash into some other asset, be it gravel inventory, be it land, but that's a very small proportion of our overall restricted surplus balance.
Okay, so the joke that we could go bet it all on black is actually true. Because it actually, no, but like, we say that we can't because it's not in actual dollars, but it actually is in dollars.
It is in
not all
dollars,
in things.
but it's all a question of the projected spending down the road.
Right.
So as we're seeing from the numbers that have been shared with you today, 25, 26, 27, the county can afford the work plan that's there. 2028 becomes problematic if something else doesn't change as part of the financial plan. Either revenue goes up or spending goes down, then by the time you get to 2028, there's some difficulty. And I think, that's the value, honestly, in doing these 3-year projections beyond just the current year coming up. And this is, quite frankly, why the provincial government asks for this, is they're not asking for approved budgets for the next 4 years altogether, but they want to see the direction the municipality is planning to head in. And we don't need to balance those other 3 years at this point, but it brings it to the forefront of saying there's some additional discussion and planning and decision-making that needs to happen. And it does happen. And this just continually informs. And it's really, I see it as a circular process. A budget gets approved, that's your financial work plan for the next year. And we report back to council through our regular monthly and quarterly financial reports as to how we're performing financially against that budget. And that starts to inform the next year's budget and beyond. So it's not a stop and a start. For me, it's circular. It's always going on.
So I do have
follow
for
up? Yeah,
further,
absolutely.
sorry, thank
Yeah.
you. No, I appreciate that. One of my concerns is though, next Friday, we're gonna be asked to raise our hand on the 3-year. And I don't know that any of us can raise our hand on a 3-year that's facing a $55 million deficit. I think that it would actually be irresponsible of us to do that. So perhaps there needs to be a conversation about either canceling or pushing some projects so that we don't face a $55 million deficit. Because I know I can't raise my hand on a $55 million deficit, and that we will be asked to do that in a motion next Friday. We were last year asked to support the 3-year. My assumption is we'll be asked on Friday to do it too, and I don't know that I can.
Director Hagan?
Couple of thoughts. And primarily, this is the reason that the provincial government doesn't request or require you to approve more than 1 year's budget at a time, because they realize things are gonna change, and they realize additional planning would go into place. These are just projections. They're not required to be balanced overall. They're just indicators, and it's not saying that we plan to be in that deficit. It's simply saying we're focusing on the next year and that we understand additional decisions are going to have to be made in order to avoid that situation. Quite honestly, I would hope that you would be comfortable approving this under that understanding that you're not bound by those 3 years. 2025 was one of those 3 years that was passed last year. This budget's different than what we had projected there. And the government realizes those things change as well. And I would, again, reemphasize the importance of this committee being comfortable with the numbers that we're talking about today, because the municipality is required to pass a budget before the end of the year. So if the committee's not comfortable, we probably have some more discussion and work to do today.
Thank you. Ms. Saran?
Just would add to that just a little, and let the committee know that they're passing or approving a work plan for 2025. They're not approving a work plan for 26, 27, or 28. The reason that the work goes into those is exactly what Director Hagan said, is to show that council has been made aware and understands that the projects that are going forward in 2025, they are comfortable with those choices based on the fact that they have seen that projecting outward shows that, there could be some challenges. However, they will work towards solving those challenges in the following year. And that's why we started in January of 2024, trying to figure out, what was the best work plan for 2025 so that council would be comfortable approving the work plan for 2025, knowing that they had work to do in subsequent years.
Yeah, thank you. And also the fact of the matter, we've, in the past 3-4 years, we've, have the tax holiday, the, oil and gas cover, we've had to work without those dollars. And we've managed to get where we are today and still do well. We've had the added of the RCMP funding that we've, as well, that was kind of dropped us in the last minute. I know this is year number 7, 8 for us, 8th one. And yes, always those, always looking at the year that we're going ahead, and the 2 years following can absolutely be totally different within 10 months, 12 months. So no different than, assessment is huge, but at the end of the day, we don't know what kind of developments. We've got a Paramount that we didn't have before. We have a TC Energy that we, line doubling that we didn't have before. And and the province has got a mandate to grow, double their resources and grow jobs, and we want to be a part of that. So where are we at as far as comfortable in the numbers that are presented for 2025? Or do we need to go over 2026, 27 in order to feel comfortable next week with the budget that will be presented? Because I'm looking at the bold lines, or the bold statement that the budget assumes an overall tax revenue, no overall tax revenue increase, but it's due to the assessment. That's Director Hagan.
Let me
Did I read
suggest-
that wrong?
Let me suggest a qualification to that.
Sure.
There is a tax revenue increase,
Right,
but we're not identifying anything related to a tax rate at this
rate,
time.
that's right.
We have estimates of what assessment might look like, but we
Yep.
don't know and won't know till February. We will bring that back to council, and council can decide on tax rate in the spring when they set the tax rate bylaw. So right now, to be clear, especially for the viewing public, we're not even speculating about a tax rate change at this time, simply looking at tax revenue. And you're correct, Madam Chair, the major driver of that increase in tax revenue is that tax holiday coming off, as well as anticipated other increases in the assessment base.
Right. Perfect. Okay. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I think you asked my confidence on the budget, where we're at right now. I am very confident with this budget. Also looking to those projections into the future. We know that is more tied to a vision and a strategic plan to reach that vision. I think those things have additional clarity as we move into the future and see the actions and reactions of the incentive we put in to create those economic driving factors to reach the vision and goal and strategic plan we've set forward to reach those. So I think there's time to adjust those outward projections as we move into them in the future.
Thank you. Ditto? Okay. Okay. So I guess, yeah, okay, go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, so we would just ask that the Strategic Planning Committee recommend the four-year financial plan, including the 2025 work plan for approval, for council to approve on December 20th.
Okay. We need a motion to that effect, okay? Okay, okay.
That motion as to our manager of financial services recommendation there,
Okay, thank you.
as amended.
As amended, yeah. Okay. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Go ahead,
I
Deputy
do have
Reeve.
one.
Oh, Jordan has one. Sorry, I'll let
Go
Jordan
ahead,
go first.
go ahead, Jordan.
Just a quick reference back to the dollars, how much money is going to be spent or is projected to be spent in 2025 for broadband.
Okay. They're scrolling for their numbers.
We still have a broadband meeting on Tuesday, right?
Clearwater County's portion is
Go ahead.
oh, sorry. Clearwater County's portion is $14.9 million. So then there would be matching, almost matching dollars from, 75% funded through UBF and provincial and federal. So the total work plan would be like over $40 million.
Thank you.
14,977,846.
So motion's on the floor. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I will support the motion on the floor here today. I understand the documents, and I appreciate you guys taking all of the time to answer all of my very belabored questions and often multiple times asked. So I do appreciate your guys in answering all of those things. I I still have not entirely decided what next Friday has in store. There's a lot of time to think and talk to residents that needs to happen between now and then, but I will support the work that we've done over the last couple of days at this point.
Okay. All right. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I would have to say I'm in a similar position. I've got some thinking and some research to do before the final vote. Yeah, so I guess I will support the work here this week.
Sorry. CEO Owens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may, the entire purpose of the last 3 days was truly to have the questions answered and give you guys the confidence required. You know, we're in a bit of a situation now with a council of 6. So we truly wanted that security and comfort. So that was the entire agenda for the last 3 days. I would just reiterate what the Madam Chair stated earlier. If you have any questions, please give administration the opportunity to address them prior to. A vote would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. So motion on the floor that the committee recommend the 4-year financial plan for council's approval on December 20th. And, as amended, sorry, I forgot those words. All right. Seeing no further lights or hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. All right. Oh, yeah, Councillor Northcott, was it a thumb up or thumb down? Might have lost.
That was a that was thumb down. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, thank you. And the motion's carried. All right, so with that, I see no other further items on our agenda, so looking for a motion to adjourn. Oh, unless, sorry, before we do that, was there anything else from administration? Okay, so Councillor Cermak will make that motion. All those in favor? Thank you. And thank you, administration, for the last 3 days. It's very much appreciated.